fucking me. Oh. Matter of fact, let me update my email on my trailer, on my kit. That's it. So about the last live stream, because I had a problem with my PC. Profile. Mm. Shoot. God dang it. No, 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 no. I want something. I want something. Yeah. So here is the new email, you guys. On that, let me add more. But yeah, so this TruckGamer. Happy by next year, mà this is la event next year. What is MS Paint? Oh, okay, I need to get rid of that guy. Okay, that. So let me go to Microsoft. Okay, I need to download it. It'd be doing that. but it's not even fucking showing gameplay, you fucking ass, right? The pieces don't know how to out and open this only. And game for so run it. Run it and let me set up. And then find the app. I'm not going to reset my fucking PC, bro. Okay, this guy in the game is fucking dumbass. Okay, so where's the uh, so why is the serpent and not? God damn it. Fuck me. I didn't have that, so let me take that. Anyway, it's the fucking one. Yeah, two. Dumbass. Yeah, just over. I picked the shit gotten up. Yeah. Okay. Why is keep the let me close this out again. Uh, so on 16, we're not going to be paying ATS at Warner Truck event. We will do that on Christmas Eve, but before Christmas Eve. And into Christmas Eve too. Well, huh? Huh? Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. I will be without you guys. I will be leave you guys what YouTube when I get back. Okay, I need to pick I need to take somebody to whoever okay, where is okay, I need to yeah.
down, and then at the end of the video I'm going to talk about what my plans are as far as bringing this thing back to like new condition, because it doesn't run too bad now, but we need to verify some things first. I drained the oil and the coolant and the gasoline. I also degreased and pressure washed this tractor outside, which will make my cleanup work a little bit easier. She was pretty clean to begin with because I've washed it before, but we touched her up a little bit. First thing we got to do is remove this cowl or radiator grill, whatever you want to call it. She's pretty bent up. I'm going to have to do some straightening work on this. And next, unfortunately, I'm going to have to remove this alternator that I just put on. That's the way it goes. Take the radiator brace off. Disconnect the top radiator hose and get it freed up. Loosen up the lower radiator hose and get it freed up. Take out the bottom radiator mounting bolts here to free up the radiator. Well, come on, you. A lot easier to get at than on an H&M, that's for sure. All right, let's see if we can get this loosened up and off. This radiator is toast. It's been patched a bunch of times, and it does what it weeps. That's what I call it. I have to put some coolant in it a couple times a year. It weeps around this connection. In the old days, you could bring it to a radiator shop. Those things are mostly a thing of the past, and I feel more comfortable with a quality new radiator. I get my new radiators from Northern Radiator. Next, to pull this top radiator hose off. This is a thermostat housing. There's the thermostat. Let me get the snap ring out of here. There we go. That's the thermostat. I've replaced that in the past. Now we can loosen up this fan on its adjustment bolt and take it off. Well, I can see a lot better than the last time I was at these belts. That's for sure. Then take off the sender that goes to the temperature gauge here. I've replaced this too. Replaced a lot on this tractor over the years. There we go. Then we can take this fan mount and thermostat housing off. We're headed toward taking the head off here. That's the first major engine component we want to get apart. You're tight. We'll put the 1/2-inch ratchet on you. You're rusted right in there, aren't you? Don't break. Just in review, since I'm starting a new series here, I like using hand tools most of the time. Ratchets and wrenches instead of power tools. It's just more relaxing for me. This is what I do for fun as well as to benefit the farm. Well, at least you didn't break. Okay. Now we can see what's going on in here. So the fan in the upper radiator connection was here. The water pump is actually down here, and I suspect it's not up here because that was a later add-on. This engine was first designed without a water pump on it. It was just thermosiphon. So that's the water pump pulley. This is the crank pulley, and then this is the governor here, and this connection going through here is how the governor controls the carburetor fuel supply. So the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to take off the air cleaner, the carburetor, and the manifold, and I'm going to go ahead and first take off the fuel line to get that out of the way up at the sediment bowl. Why won't you come off? You were telling me just yesterday you wanted to come off. Did you change your mind? There we go. Get that out. Now we got to reach back here and disconnect the choke rod on the carburetor. These are always fun to get to. Gotta get the little cotter pin out. There we go. Can disconnect this air cleaner where it connects to the carburetor here. Then we can take the carburetor off. I find it's easier to take the bolts off the top of the carburetor and then disconnect this governor linkage that's on the back side after we get the carburetor loose. And this carburetor is definitely going to need a rebuild. I have not rebuilt it since I owned the tractor. This brazing you see here is a vacuum port that got sealed up at one time or another. You see that quite often on these. And now we can get at the governor linkage a little more easily. We got to pull the cotter pin out of here. There we go. One Zenith carburetor. Take the intake and exhaust manifold off. They're one piece. Hopefully none of the bolts will snap. This is a 1953 Super C, and the engine is 123 cubic inches. It's a C carburetor.
How is everyone?
123. And this model succeeded the regular C tractor, and the differences between a regular C and a Super C are the increased engine displacement, 10 cubic inches. The regular C was 113 cubic inches. Pretty much the same engine with a smaller bore, and it's the same engine that started out in the Farmall A. And I've worked on a bunch of this family of engines, pretty familiar with them. Other differences between the C and the Super C has a water pump, the regular C did not. They made the radiator a little taller. I think it was to do with maybe greater compression and more cubic inches in the engine. The regular C had live hydraulics on it like this does with rock shaft arms, and then it's got a 2-point hitch in the back, a Farmall fast hitch. And the other difference is that the Farmall C had band brakes, and this has got disc brakes on it. There were a whole bunch, if you look in some of the literature, there's a lot of other smaller differences, but those are the main ones. None of these studs broke off. That's very good. Look at those little teeny ports. Just in review, one of the ways I keep track of what goes where is I use Ziploc bags and I label them. These are the manifold nuts here, and then I put them in a cardboard box and I know what hardware goes to what. That finishes that side of the engine all cleaned off. On this side we just got to take the plugs out. Come off, you. Here are the plugs in order. We got a decent burn on 1 and 2. I like to run these tractors a touch rich, better a touch rich than lean. These look all right to me. Sooty, a little bit. But 3 and 4, this engine burned some oil. You know, it smoked mainly on startup, but it really smoked. You could always see smoke coming through the exhaust pipe. And you can see where we're getting some oil blow by on these. Now we're getting into the engine. Pull the valve cover off. See what's inside. Here's what we got: rocker arms, push rods, valve springs. I don't see anything disastrous here. This milky oil is caused by us running the tractor for short periods a lot of time. It doesn't warm up enough to boil the water off, condensation inside the block. She's crusty. Next job is to pull this rocker arm assembly. So much simpler than the MD was. These are nice little engines to work on. Push rods can come out. Don't need to keep track of where they go because we adjust the valve lash when we put the engine back together. And I'm going to go ahead and pull these studs off now. They got to come off sooner or later. It's easier when the head's still on. Alrighty, here we go. We're going to loosen up the head nuts in reverse order of the way we would torque them down putting it on. Just loosen them up a tad to begin with. I have all of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 head nuts on this. Easy peasy. I put the hoist on. It's a good way to pop the head loose, even though this head's fairly light. Put some tension on it. Give her a few whacks. He's coming. There we go. Ow. Well, what do we see in here? Nothing surprising at first glance. Carbon on the pistons. I don't see any obvious leaks in the head gasket, which I didn't think there were any. I guess it looks like what I would expect. Let's see how much of a ridge we got on the sleeve here. Not much of a ridge at all, which the ridge indicates how worn things are, how long it's been running with that piston and sleeve. I can barely feel it with my fingernail. I'll get you. See? Really no ridge at all. That is a good sign. Means the engine doesn't have that much wear on it. And here is the bottom of the cylinder head. Again, you know, carbon. That's what you get with these old tractor engines, especially when they don't run for extended periods of time and warm up and blow this out. Yeah. No obvious blows in the head gasket, no obvious cracks in the head, although you can't tell for sure until you clean it up. You can pull this old head gasket off and have a look at it next, and the underside of it here. Nothing earth-shattering here either. This is the block side of the head gasket. Of course, this is an old metal sandwich head gasket. I like these head gaskets with copper sealing rings on it. I don't see any evidence, again, of any blown head gasket here, so we're good. That's the top side. And then here on the top of the block, you know, we just want to look for anything unusual, cracks, although I don't expect to see any. Just carbony, that's all. Needs good cleaning. And I know this is going to sound goofy to the perfectionists out there, but one way you can check if the pistons are worn, you know, if the skirts have become worn, is just the wiggle test. If the piston wiggles at all in the bore, and these don't. I'm hoping I can reuse these. Next, I'm going to open up the bottom end of the engine by taking the oil pan off. And that way we can take a look at the bearing clearances and pull the pistons. Okay, got all the bolts off. Let's get this off. First of all, take a look inside this oil pan. You want to feel for gritty pieces, like pieces of metal. And if you see a lot of gray stuff, that's bearing material. This has got nothing in it. This is that milky oil again from running it cool.
Incoming at brake.
Just a little bit of sludge in the bottom. I've had this pan off. Well, I guess it's been 15 years, but there's nothing in here alarming. No parts of pistons or rings or anything like that. Now we can scooch up under here and get dripped on by the oil pickup. And take a look at what we've got. A few notable things about this family of engines. These are wet sleeved engines, which means that the cylinder sleeves are directly in the cooling jacket and they have O-rings at the bottom that seal them to the block. And sometimes those O-rings can leak and you'll see drips of antifreeze where they're leaking. So you want to look for that. And I don't see anything, and there was no evidence that it was leaking antifreeze into the block before. The other notable thing is these oil pumps right here. These are notorious for blowing a seal. In other words, this cover is thin enough where it warps enough where oil will blow out the side of it, and then that'll read like you've got a tired engine. It'll read low oil pressure when it gets warm. The solution for that, and I've done that with this one already, is to take this bottom cover off and get a piece of float glass with sandpaper on it and sand the top side of this cover flat again to take the warp out of it. And then you've, of course, got to get the right gasket thickness. I think I used a piece of cereal box in here to get the right gasket thickness to get the oil pump to seal properly. And now the oil pressure on this engine is just fine, which is one indicator that these bearings are doing all right. When I first got this tractor, I pulled the pan off and fixed the oil pump, and I also replaced the main bearings and the rod bearings on the crankshaft. They had standard main and rod bearings, and the date on them I think was in the 60s if I remember right, and they were worn, so I put in same size standard bearings, and I've never had a problem with the holding oil pressure. It acts like it has fairly tight bearings. The oil pressure kind of slowly goes down when you're done operating the tractor. But I think what I'm going to do is pull at least one main bearing cap and measure the clearance and look at the crankshaft journal and do the same for rod bearing. Actually, I'm going to pull out all 4 pistons because I want to clean them up, and it just makes sense to at the very least, re-ring them while I'm into the engine. Cheap and it's good insurance, and that's what I'm going to do after the oil quits dripping on me. Before I do that though, I'm going to pull out this oil pump so it's not in the way, and so that it doesn't annoy me anymore by dripping on me all the time. There's your oil pump driven off the camshaft. There's that plate that I was talking about that needs to be sanded flat. What a mess. It's the next day. I had to quit early yesterday to make a pork butt and sweet corn for Sunday dinner. And of course I got to work around feeding the animals and all that, so it's not like I can work all day long. But the first thing we're going to do here is pull off one of the rod bearing caps and measure the clearance to see if we're within spec or not. Well, let's just do number 2. In order to measure running clearance on these bearings, I put a piece of red plastic gauge in this rod bearing cap, and red plastic gauge is meant to measure 2 to 6 thousandths clearance based on how much it crushes. Running clearance on these spec is 1 thousandths to 3.5 thousandths. I doubt they'll be 1 thousandths, so the 02 to 06, 2 to 6 thousandths should work fine. We'll torque it back in. 2 mark, number 2 piston goes toward the crankshaft. Put this cap back on and torque it to 45 foot-pounds. And then reverse it, take it back off, see how much crush that we got. The plastic gauge stuck to the crankshaft journal, which isn't uncommon. You just read the little scale here, and it looks like we're running, that's 03 on that end, and that's 04 plus a little bit on that end. That's 3 thousandths to 4 thousandths, and the crankshaft journal looks pretty good. Nothing I can catch with my finger in there. So now we can go ahead and pull the piston, and I want to push this up. Be careful not to hit the journal. I think I can just take this block of wood, put it on the end of the stud on the connecting rod, and push the piston out. There we go. And here's our piston, number 2 piston. Now comes the difficult part, and it's really not a linear process for me evaluating what to do with this engine. I look at a whole bunch of different things and think about it. There's more play on the piston pins than I would like to see. That's factor 1, I guess you can call it. It's not terrible, but I'm used to these being fairly tight. There's a spec for that. And then when I look at the piston, I've got some wear where you would expect to see wear. This is the way that the piston goes, is free to travel side to side as it goes up and down in the bore. The rings, well, the only way I have of evaluating the rings is by taking the ring and putting it back in the bore, getting it square with the piston top, and then putting a 20 thousandths feeler gauge in the end gap of the rings. Maximum ring end gap is 20 thousandths, and that's loose in there. See how loose that is? And that's a decent way to evaluate both sleeve and ring wear, because as the ring wears, that gap at the ends of the ring is going to increase. And then as far as looking at the sleeve goes, evaluation, you know, there's the ridge, which after further investigation you can feel on some parts of the sleeve, but not on others. So there is some wear in the sleeve. The sleeve is obviously, it's gone smooth from where it's not got that hatch pattern on it anymore. So at this point, I'm thinking I've got two options. Number one is kind of what I expected to do in the beginning, which is reuse the pistons. I'd have to hone the cylinders to put the hatch back on them, cover the crankshaft to protect it while I'm honing with the crankshaft in, put a new set of rings in on the existing pistons, reuse the piston pins, piston pin bushings, and have the head redone. That's option one. Option two is to do a complete rebuild, and it's not something I expected to get into with this engine because it runs pretty good except for smoking a little bit, and when it gets hot it loosens up a little bit, mostly in the valve train. But for me, what really told the story is this. See this ridge? This is the main bearing, or the main bearing journal on the crankshaft. This is the oil groove that goes around the bearing. This ridge is probably, just from feel, 1 to 2 thousandths tall on the center here. Now, when I replaced the bearing shells, when I first got this tractor, they had been replaced before. So this engine's gone twice just having new bearings put in without polishing or grinding the crankshaft. That oil groove buildup is what the crankshaft should be. So that's how much wear I have on the crankshaft, at least 1 or 2 thousandths, and it's uneven wear. When I put Plastigauge on the main bearing, the clearance was 5 to 6 thousandths. Spec is maximum of 3.5 thousandths. I have uneven wear on the bearings here. This is the main bearing that came off that crankshaft journal that I just showed you. See how it's worn on this side and worn on this side? Things are rattling around in there a little bit. I think the tolerances are a lot looser than they should be. So as I said, this is all a judgment call. You could go either way. I mean, I could have left this engine together and it ran fine, and it would have run fine for years for the use that we're giving this tractor. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go through this tractor, probably not to the extent that I did the MD, because I've already done some things to it. And I want to make sure this tractor runs well for the rest of my life. And if I'm going to put paint on this and make it look like new, getting into the engine and doing this isn't a big deal in the big scheme of things. I mean, it's kind of like you want it to be right when you're done, right? Not to have a half-tired or three-quarter tired engine underneath a new paint job. If I were in a different mindset, not restoring the tractor, I probably would have just had the head done, or maybe done nothing and just brought it on down the road, so to speak. The other two factors that come in is, number one, how cheap rebuild kits for this engine are. I looked online, and the lower half rebuild kit, you know, new sleeves,
incoming
new
ad
pistons,
break,
rings, bearings, piston pins, $450 for the engine. That's cheap. So that enters into the equation. And the second thing that enters into the equation is I'm doing this on YouTube. So this engine is a real common engine. The 113 variant was in the A's and B's and C's. The 123 was used in the Super C's. Both of these engines were also used in things like balers and combines back in the day.
Nice to meet you. I'm
TruckGamer43. Lots of
43.
people wanting to do them. Doing a complete rebuild on this engine is instructional for a lot of people, so that makes it more worth my time to pull the engine and go through it completely for anybody in the future that wants to do one of these. In addition, this engine survived all the way up to the 153 variant that's in my Farmall 504. The sleeveless, bored out version is pretty much the same engine. So this is such a common engine, it's worth doing a complete rebuild on YouTube, step by step, for folks to learn from. That means the next thing to do, and it's easier to pull the rest of the pistons and things after I get the engine out, when I can put it on a stand, flip it over, pull the front end off the engine, which just bolts on right here with 4 bolts, take that off, put the splitting stands on the bell housing, take the engine off, put it on the engine stand, strip the engine down, take the crankshaft out, take the head to Mr. Richards and have him go through it, find a shop to grind the crankshaft to 10 under. I think I can do that. Don't need to take the block to the shop because these are wet sleeves. I can pull these sleeves myself, clean out the cooling jacket, and set the new sleeves in and new O-rings at the bottoms of the sleeves. And then this is the part where you just get what we used to call in architecture scope creep. Originally my plan was just to strip down the main chassis here, clean it, paint it, start painting parts, putting them back on, because I've been through various pieces of that. But once you get the engine off, you're saying, well, I better look at the clutch, you know, I better look at the transmission seals, and then, you know, it just grows and grows into a lot more of a project than I had planned on doing. But that's the way it goes. When you do something, you do it right. So I guess that's the plan. Much different than I planned on last week or even yesterday. The reason I opened up this tractor so soon is I wanted to get what I needed to have done at the machine shop in line early, because machine shops get busier with this kind of restoration work in the wintertime, and I think that Mr. Richards may go south for the winter. So I plan on getting ahead to him in the next few days, getting the engine apart to pull the crank, getting the crank out to the machine shop, hopefully sometime this week, and that's going to sit well, because I'm busy with stuff outside and while the machine shops do their work. And then when the weather turns, we can really get going on this. That's the plan. Anyway, thanks for hanging with me for kind of a longish video, but as I said in the very beginning, it's episode 1 of what's sure to be many episodes. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base44 will do the rest. So go to Base44 and create apps with your name on it.
Hi, I'm Pete, and welcome to Just a Few Acres Farm. This is episode 2 of Farm All Super C restoration. Luckily, it's raining out today. I needed an excuse to work in the shop, and the goal today is to split this tractor, get the front end off, pull the engine, and be able to take the crankshaft out of the engine. That's the real goal, so I can get the crankshaft to the machine shop. First thing we want to do is take the water pump off this, because it's in the way of getting this casting off, the front end casting. When I get into a job like this, I like to finish it. So in this case, finishing it, well, come off there, is to get everything to the machine shop. I took the head and the connecting rods and the rocker arms down to David Richards this morning so that he's got everything he needs. The crank is going to a separate shop. David Richards doesn't grind cranks, so I've got to get the crank out and get it to that shop, and then I'll feel like I'm at a stopping place and I can rest a little bit on this job because I got to wait for the machine shops to do their work. There's our little water pump. I got my hoist hooked up to the front casting, and now we just got to crank on these to raise up the tractor. Our patented splitting stands take the weight off the front wheels here. And then there's just 4 bolts we got to take out. There's one here, there's one on the other side back here, a bolt with a nut on it here, and then another bolt in back there, and this whole front end will slide out. I do make an exception, use power tools sometimes. For these big bolts, I'd rather do that. No, you're gonna be tough, aren't you? I got a cure for that. You do not want to come off. And I think I'll go ahead and take the governor off and get it out of the way too. This governor is pretty much the same as the one that I tore down and rebuilt on the 504 last fall. Now we come to the part that I've been looking forward to. Not really. We have to pull this crankshaft pulley off, and it's a tapered fit. There's no nut on the end of it or anything. You gotta use a puller. I'm gonna put a split or a bearing splitter on here to get behind the pulley. We're gonna set it right around the back of the pulley like this. Should still be a good firm grip. Don't have to worry about breaking the pulley when you got a bearing splitter on the back side of it. Now way back in the center here is a threaded hole that you use. You can use it to draw the pulley back on when you're installing it. I'm just going to use what I call a sacrificial socket there so I don't mess up the threads, and the tapered point of the puller can rest down on that and spin on it. Then I can put the puller on here. Let's see if we can get it to move with just the impact wrench.
With Slack, you can collaborate with people from other companies in one secure space. Convenient, eh? Now, you can fly through decision-making and tackle task after task without wasting time waiting on a single email.
Slack is a fantastic tool for building relationships with our clients.
It's great. I can reach out to them. They can reach out to me.
We love using Slack.
Oh, shucks.
If you're still typing your coding prompts, you're leaving performance on the table. You're prompting cursor over 100 times a day, but typing detailed context takes forever. So you send lazy prompts and you get mediocre results. I've been there and it's not fun. Let me show you how I changed my entire dev workflow. I use Whisperflow to dictate full prompts with complete context. I describe what I need in plain English, and Flow formats it with proper casing, file paths, and function names. Everything I know you hate typing. Instead of typing out file names, I can just reference them by voice. Watch this. Fix the authentication bug in authcheck.ts and update the error handling in userservice.ts to match. Just like that, it tags the file automatically. It works wherever you code. And the difference in AI output quality is massive because it's so much easier to give Flow more context. It gets it right on the first prompt, while others need 3 or 4 exchanges just to get the same result. Level up your vibe coding. Get Whisperflow and build 4 times faster with AI that actually understands you.
She moved.
Incoming ad break.
Let's see what we got here. Bearing splitter. Pulley. See, this is tapered in here to fit on the shaft. No nut in the center, just bloop, bloop. And look at this, somebody put a speedy sleeve on here. See that? Where the seal rides? Somebody's been in here and done some work. Saved me a little bit of work. I got a nice smooth surface for the seal. And then here's the end of the crankshaft. There's a key that goes on the shaft, and down in here is that threaded hole I was talking about for reinstalling the pulley. Oh, Craftsman sockets made to live forever. Didn't even hurt my sacrificial socket. This crankshaft pulley came off about as easily as anyone I've ever done, and let me show you my secret. All you gotta do is have the torch at the ready, and then the pulley knows you mean business. Next we'll pull this distributor drive and distributor off. There's just 2 bolts that hold these on. That's the little key that drives the distributor and the distributor gear. Look at that, I still got a wire hooked up here. And these are the governor weights. They fly out to control the RPMs of the engine. You know, it's all centrifugal force. It comes right out of there. Next job is to remove the fuel tank, and I want to get the sediment bowl off here so it doesn't get smashed. Take the bail off. Whoops. Oh well. There's always a little bit of fuel left in the tank because this little standpipe on top of the sediment bowl. I'll just wipe it up with a rag, and then I can store the rag with all the other greasy rags underneath the shop heater. Safest place. We gotta pull off the fuel tank because this bracket mounts to the back of the block. It would help if I had the right size. And the rear fuel tank mount is on top of the touch control hydraulic block here. One on each side. And then we can take off this bracket that holds the fuel tank up that's mounted to the engine. This is a hydraulic pump here. It runs off the timing gears. We got to take care of that next. We got to detach this set of pipes that runs back to the auxiliary control valve here and the touch control hydraulic block. Actually, we're just going to remove the pipes. This end is kind of way down in there behind the auxiliary valve. Oops. That takes care of that. We are almost ready to pull this engine out. We just got to take this cover plate off here. It covers the end of the flywheel. Oh, yummy, yummy. Mice made a home. There's the flywheel. And I'm going to take the timing cover off just because it's really easy to get at here. It's at a nice height, so might as well take it off. We got about 1 million bolts here. I'm really amazed that that crank pulley had a speedy sleeve on it, and all the tractors I've torn down, that's the first speedy sleeve I've run into, and the crank I know hasn't been turned because it's still got standard bearings in it. Somebody took the time to repair a leaking front main seal here. That's very surprising. I'm certainly not a big fan of these sheet metal front timing covers because sometimes they aren't that easy to get sealed, especially this part right here where the governor attaches on. You've got a gasket that runs in here with not a lot to hold it from deflecting, and it makes it fun to seal up. She needs a little bit of persuasion. Yeah, see, they use this thick gasket in here to give it more of a chance of sealing. And this is the front seal for the crankshaft, a lip seal. Well, what have we got going on here? It's a funny wear mark there. Huh. Guess we'll have to take a look at that. Here's the end of the crankshaft.
Zapier has changed my entire life. I literally owe everything that I have right now to Zapier. You take out Zapier, all of my dreams and my whole life disappears.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
So this rotates twice for every time that the camshaft rotates. That's the relationship. And then here is the hydraulic pump drive gear, and this is where the governor drives off. There's a gear that goes right here. I'm going to have to take a look at all these because this has got a funny wear mark on it. That's about what I expect for backlash. Yeah. Now we can put the hoist on the engine and get ready to lift it. I know that someone will say, because they always do, that I should be using these to lift it. This engine is so light and it's easier for me using this chain to fit through a 3/8 inch bolt here that it'll be fine. The 3 years of structural engineering that I took in college tell me so. We've got 6 bolts here to attach the engine, 2 on each side and then 2 up top here. Break them all loose. Well, that was easy. That was easy too. These are the last 2 bolts right here. Well, you get out of the way. There's still probably 2 alignment dowels in here, someplace in the joint that's holding things up. Let's see if she'll break loose. That was weird. There you go. So what we see from the back of the engine here is the clutch, pressure plate's down in there. Here's the flywheel. And then on the tractor end of things, we've got the clutch shaft here going in where it seats into the pilot bearing, and then we've got lots of mouse crap in the bell housing. Whoops. You can just see the clutch throwout bearing back here, and there's the starter drive right there. In order to put this on the engine stand, I got to take the clutch and the flywheel off. Now there's 6 bolts holding this on. I did the 3 opposite ones, or 3, skipped one every time. This got spring pressure on it. So then you just loosen them up a little at a time. See the forks coming out there? That's the spring pressure releasing. And pretty soon we'll be at the end of the spring travel. I think we already are. So here's the clutch. And here is the pressure plate. Yeah, we're going to want to replace that when we're in here. Get the flywheel turned too. Then we can take the flywheel off. There's just some locking tabs that need to be bent back here. I'm going to want to lower this down before I take the flywheel off because it's pretty heavy. You know what? This is a good job for the impact wrench. Alright.
Incoming at brake.
One flywheel. Yeah, see how that's cracked in there? I want to get that turned. Then what we have here is the other end of the crankshaft, the rear end, and then the rear main seal, which is a 2-piece deal with felt in it, if I remember right, to make the seal. Let's clean this up a little bit. Lots of mouse duty on here. And I want to pull this rear main seal off because it needs to come off to get the crankshaft out, and I want to get it off before I put it on the engine stand because it's hard to get at once the engine's on the stand. Alright, we'll apply a little persuasion here. Yeah. There's one side, yeah, felt seal in there. And there's the other side. Now we can get this engine mated up to the engine stand. Oh, gonna need some washers there. Actually, we should put that the other way around so it can spin without hitting this upright here.
Brightspeed fiber internet's fast, super fast, totally fast, crazy fast, ultra fast! I bet your internet could be faster!
Switch to ultra-fast Brightspeed fiber internet today. Switch to the bright side.
With Google Workspace, apps like Docs, Drive, Gmail, and Meet are connected and in one place, so your whole team can make updates and stay up to date in real time. That's working together with Google Workspace.
That's just goofy, all those washers. What the heck is he thinking? Let's let it down. We can turn her over, see what runs out. What do we see here? Well, there's the crankshaft. There's 3 main bearings, and the rearmost bearing is the thrust bearing. You can see the flange coming up, and the thrust bearing is what limits movement of the crankshaft back and forth this way. And usually one bearing does that job. In this case, it's the rear one. All we got to do is pop these 2 covers off, and then we can pull the crankshaft off. There's the camshaft way down there, and the lifters are underneath that. There's one. There's 2, still connected to the rear main seal gasket. Just got to flatten off these lock plates, and then we can take the bearings out and the crankshaft off. Pop these bearing caps off. I always look to see how they're identified. Where's the mark? What am I missing here? Oh, there's the mark. You can barely see it. That's number 1. Of course, the mark always goes to the camshaft side, so that's 1 bearing. Always count from the front. Number 1. Middle bearing, number 2, and the rear thrust bearing, marked number 3. Yeah, look at that. Uneven wear. Now we can pull the crankshaft. There we go. Here's the crankshaft. You can see that's where the oil groove is on the bearing that fits around this. And it's got quite a bit of scoring on it. There's the 3rd main bearing. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 rod journals here. Pistons connect to the rod journals, or connecting rods do. And then this is the thrust bearing here. These are the flanges that the thrust bearing sides ride against. And then the main rear main oil seal goes right in here. And the front main seal, of course, rides on the pulley.
I'm TruckGamer43.
That goes around the shaft. And with crankshafts, I was always taught to store them upright. Believe it or not, folks say that they'll sag one way or the other if you store them on their side. So you stand them up or you hang them. Vertical. We can pull out the camshaft and have a look at it. I gotta figure out, there's the 1 retainer screw bolt. There's another one. Everything's 9/16 on this engine, except when it's 5/8. Oh. Here's the camshaft. These are the 3 bearing journals that the bearings ride on in the block. And thrust is taken, back and forth movement by this plate here. And these are always fine. I've never run into one with a problem. And then the cams here, you know, you look at the points and make sure you don't see anything that shouldn't be there. And they're all fine. I've never run into one that had a problem yet. This is the gear that drives the oil pump. And of course this gear up front is driven by the crankshaft gear. And I guess the last moving part that we haven't messed with is the tappets or lifters that ride on the camshafts. These flat faces ride on the camshaft lobes up and down to push the push rod, rock the rocker arm, and valve the valve. These have always been fine. There's no galling or anything or wear, you know, it's flat.
Listen up. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you're still paying full price when you shop online, we need to talk. You know that thrill you feel when you find a discount code that actually works? Imagine that, but automatic. I'm talking coupon codes that find you free rewards and over 100,000 brands to save on. Clothes covered, entertainment covered, even your favorite tech. You're already shopping, you might as well get something back, right? Add the Capital One shopping extension today.
Never had a problem with any of these. I always keep these. I will take these out for cleaning, but I always number these because I want them to go in the same bore that they were in, because they rode in and wore into the bore that they ride up and down in here. Oh, and the other thing to note here is the camshafts on these engines don't have replaceable bearings. They just ride directly in the bore. It's a good thing that these camshafts rarely have any wear on them to speak of. And that's it. Like I keep saying, these little engines, they are really nice to work on. Very easy. That pulley, though, on the crankshaft, that could have given me a go, but it didn't at all. All in all, it took me about 3 hours to do what I did in this video. If the crankshaft pulley had given me problems, it might have taken me 5 hours. Who knows? Although with the torch, that's mighty convincing to something like a pulley that is stubborn. What's next? Well, I'm going to take the crankshaft to the shop that grinds cranks tomorrow morning and get that in line. So we've got our machine work all set in line at the machine shops plenty early for this winter, which makes me feel better. I got to clean up this block. Well, I got to pull the sleeves out, and I'll probably put that in a video and show you what the cooling jacket looks inside and what the sleeves look like. Aside from the engine, though,
incoming
I
at break.
Stripping down this frame back here, the touch control block housing rock shafts, that comes all out as one unit. The battery, the tree, the steering wheel, the seat. Strip all this down, and I can start getting ready for cleaning that up. And I got to do some work on the brakes. We got to look inside the bell housing. So that's the way it goes. Now that I got this done, though, I don't know when I'm going to be back on this, because we've gotten what I wanted to get done. I'll be back to farm work outside. I hope you enjoyed this video. It's been a fun project. So far, no major rocks in the road. I'll see you next time.
Gifts, decorations, how will we afford the holidays?
Go to Lowe's. They have great deals. And hundreds of gifts for under $50.
The Milo AI assistant can help you find the perfect gifts and deals on them. Plus, if you're a Milo's Rewards member, you get more.
And if I buy this battery, I get a free tool?
That's right. That's how we help you get more holiday for less.
Today, every business needs a website, unless this is what your business looks like. But if it's not, You can find talented freelancers on Fiverr, from designers and web developers to SEO experts who can build your website from the ground up. Build your website today on Fiverr. Oh, looks like Seamus also has a website now.
Hi, I'm Pete, and welcome to Just a Few Acres Farm. I just can't stay away from the Super C project. Whenever I've got an hour to spare here and there, I've been puttering away on it. So I got the engine block all cleaned up. I stripped the engine block down the rest of the way. I took the sleeves out, which are no big deal, and here's some video of how easy they came out. And I took the head studs off, took the gallery oil plugs out of the side of the engine so I could clean out the oil gallery, stripped every piece off, took the soft plug off of the coolant gallery down here so I could wash that out. And then I took a pressure washer and degreaser and just blasted the crap out of it and cleaned all the gunk off of it. It came out pretty good. Looks clean again. After I was done pressure washing, I took all the surfaces I worried might rust, like this mating surface on the top of the block and the bearing journals down in there, and I put a little light coat of oil on them so that they wouldn't rust. And what I need to do next while I'm waiting for my machine shop work to be finished is to strip down the rear end of the tractor. I want to get everything off of the transmission, the final drive, and the torque tube so I can pull the torque tube off, clean out the torque tube, check the transmission seals. I want to pull the rear wheels and the rear wheel centers off. Just get this down so maybe, hopefully, I can get it cleaned up and ready to paint before it gets cold out. That way I can have all the doors open, maybe push this outside even. Makes it a lot less dirty process. So that's what we're doing today, or for a little while today, a little while, a couple days from now. I'll put it all together into one video. First thing to do is to take this battery box apart and get it off. Didn't I just have this off not too long ago? Boy, whoever put this bolt on sure is strong. Here's one side. Here's the other side. Now we can get started on removing the hydraulic touch control unit right here, which comes off as one piece. First thing to do is disconnect the fast hitch connection here. Just got to pull a pin out. See the pin? Comes off. Down you go. And then on the other side of the tractor, this is the hydraulic valve that controls the up and down on the fast hitch. So we got to disconnect that. Well, you're just being, you know, I didn't want you to give me any trouble. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? It'd help if I turned you the right way, wouldn't it? Then you would be more cooperative. And I think I'll pull the starter off because it helps me get at the mounting bolt for the touch control. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We gotta swing this up. Take that out. There we go. Now we're going to take this touch control unit off. There's just 4 bolts, one on each corner of it, that hook it down to the torque tube down here. And what the touch control is basically it's hydraulic valve controls and the hydraulic cylinders all in one block. So if you take this back plate off, there's a whole bunch of little check valves, O-rings, springs, all that kind of stuff. Then you can rebuild these. They're not too hard to rebuild. This one works great, so I'm not going to rebuild it. And then in the front, you've got 2 hydraulic cylinders. One here and one here. And this one drives, I'm going to forget now, I think this side and that outer one over there. And then this one just drives this one inside one that's used to control the fast hitch. I know a bunch of people asked that I would take this apart and rebuild this one, but it works great. I have taken them apart and rebuilt them before. You just take these 2 plates off, then you can clean out the case. This one's got a new filter that I put into it because the old one had a tear in it. And you can take that out and check that out, clean the case out. When you pull this plate off, you got to make sure that all the little doodads that go in the multiple holes that are drilled into the block, you keep track of them. And then you get a rebuild kit from Case IH that's got all the wear parts in it, the O-rings, the springs, and the gaskets, everything you need. And you just put it back together. Just make sure everything's clean. This thing's kind of heavy. It's one of those things, you know, you can barely pick it up, so I'm going to use the hoist. Probably when I did the Super A, I picked it up, but well, I'm a lot older now. And there she is. This is the face that mounts down on the top of the torque tube. Underneath here you can see the 2 hydraulic cylinders, and they have leather boots that protect them from getting dust in them. A lot of times these boots will be all ripped. And then the control valves are right here, and they have their own little leather boots. So these pins on the control valves here connect through linkages up to the levers at the operator station.
If you're a small business owner like me, or you're thinking about becoming one, GoDaddy Aero makes it incredibly easy to get started online in just minutes. Let's say you want to start a business reviewing vacuum cleaners. All you have to do is enter a few keywords, and Aero will recommend the best available domains. Once you choose one, it will ask you a couple questions about your business, and then immediately start building a coming soon website for you. It's a great way to give future customers a preview while you work on building out the rest. You can also create a logo, schedule social media posts, and generate email templates, all powered by AI. If you're ready to start your dream business, give it a try.
Visit G2A.com and browse thousands of keys for games and DLC. Discover brand new titles, timeless classics, and everything in between. Start your new adventure here.
This one is in really good shape. I've never had to mess with it, and it's never leaked. I'm just going to close up these openings with tape here. We want to keep the hydraulic system clean, and then I'll put it away for storage. Next, we can get inside the wiring box here, right behind where the battery sits, and disconnect the wires that run out to the battery and the engine and the starter. Getting ready to take this whole assembly here off the tractor. I got all the connecting wiring out of here, and temperature gauge too. Now there's just 3 bolts down the bottom of here to undo, to take what I call the tree off. All of this that mounts the steering wheel, lights, levers, all that stuff. There we go. We'll get these hydraulic lines out of the way. This is a check valve block here. I rebuilt this once when I went through the hydraulics. I rebuilt the rear cylinder too. Put new seals in that, because everything was leaking. Next we can get this seat off. Like I said, I've done a lot on this tractor. I rebuilt the seat, I put bushings in, everything was loose. This is a new box. The old one had rusted out on the bottom. So I've been through a lot of this tractor. It's all going to get repainted. Now we got to take the 2-point hitch off, the Farmall fast hitch. And this here is the cylinder that raises and lowers it. So we'll take that off, drop the hitch on the floor. These 2-point hitches, the fast hitches, they're pretty complicated. There's a draft link up front that you can fix or hook to
Incoming ad break.
The touch control to control draft on plowing. When you're plowing, it's got the tilt control that I already disconnected. There's a lot to these. But first we'll get this cylinder disconnected. This is my fix for missing a piece on this pin, piece of fencing wire. And then this rod right here is the float control. So if I pull this pin out, well, come on, you. It's been a while, hasn't it? Persuasion. Now that I've got that pin out, the hitch can float, see? Like this. Up and down and up and down. You just got to take out this huge cotter pin, and this bushing, and this bottom cotter pin. You're going to be difficult, aren't you? I can tell. I can tell just by looking at you. You got that look about you. Well, maybe we won't do that. Maybe we'll punch you down from the top and pull you out from the bottom. There we go. Now we can pull this off and drop things. There. Then you can come off. And we can disconnect the hydraulic lines to the cylinder. This cylinder has a depth control setting, so this button here relieves pressure when it's coming down. So this is meant to be a collar that goes all the way around, and it's broken someplace along the line. I think I broke it when I was plowing one time. Anyway, you set this stop wherever you want it, and when it comes down contacts this pin, it relieves through here. You can see that just popped. And so the cylinder won't go any lower. It stops lowering. So you can set it to your plowing depth, and then you'll automatically hit it when you put the lever down to start the next pass. Next up is this thing. This is a 3-point hitch conversion that Dad and I made. I used to use this tractor for various 3-point hitch work, brush hogging, and I put seed spreader on the back of it, the broadcast seeder. I don't think I'll need it. The 504's got 3-point, and we have surprisingly little use for a 3-point hitch. Next, we'll take this check valve out, and we can slide the hoses through this seat base here. This is kind of a goofy assembly, to be honest with you. I would call it additive engineering or additive design instead of integrated design. Kind of a pain. There we go. Next we can pull out this shaft that runs through the seat base. That's kind of the pivot arm for the hydraulic cylinder that I pulled out. Like I said, this is complicated and at times kind of goofy. But the hitch sure does work nice, I gotta say that. Next, these mounting bolts for these angles. And now a real pain in the butt. Down inside this box, there's 4 bolts, 2 up front and 2 in the back here. They got to come out to pull this box off. Like I said, I replaced this box, and when I took the old box out, of course there was 50 years worth of mud and miscellaneous hardware down here. Everything was rusted up. The bolt heads were just about rusted off. I had a heck of a time getting the bolts out. Hopefully they'll be easier this time. I'll do the easy ones first in the rear. And now I gotta reach way up and get these.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base44 will do the rest. So go to Base44 and create apps with your name on it.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential. This is Paraphraser, your go-to tool for writing that's sharp, clear, and ready for whatever hat you put on. It works like this. Here are some notes from a busy meeting. Paraphraser helps turn messy notes into polished writing, no extra effort required. Click on this icon to choose the tone of voice, and voila! Professional, casual, friendly, you name it. Today, it's all business. With just a few clicks, the message is clearer, sharper, and more professional, without losing your voice. Paraphraser is just one of Grammarly's powerful agents. Grammarly's got everything you need to write with confidence, no matter what you're working on.
Next, we're going to drop this 2-point hitch off of its mounts here on the final drive. I'm getting tired of wrenching, so I got out the impact wrench. We got about 1 million adjustments. I believe this one here is called the bell crank, if I remember right. So we got to get it out of the way. does its thing. It does its belt cranky thing. And then we got to get the front mounts under here. We can drag this whole thing outside, or I can deal with it later. And we can take these brake pedals off. Chrome socket on an impact wrench. What's he think he's doing? Next job is to pull the wheel weights off. Why? I don't know. Why not? Sounded like a good idea. I'm going to have to pound these bolts out, so I'll put a nut back on here so I don't damage the threads. Here's the bolt, all crusty and rusty. Next to come off is the transmission and final drive cover. I haven't decided how far I'm going to go into the transmission, but I guess we'll see. I'm going to rig up the hoist on this cover because the last time I put it on, I used Permatex Right Stuff, so it's glued pretty good. We'll pop it off. Might take a little persuasion, you know. Just lift it from the one end at first until I get it popped, and then I can lift it from the center. All right, let's put some tension on here. Hey, that was easier than I thought it would be. That's good. Here's a transmission cover. What do we see? Well, these are the 3 shifting forks here. This tractor never had a problem with staying in gear or anything like that, but you can see how they work here. Kind of. They move forwards and back to slide the sliding gears on the spline shafts. And here's the final drive compartment. Differential, bull gears. This is the PTO drive shaft, and this tube here goes from this oil trough up here and oils the belt pulley and the PTO in the back. And then in the front compartment here we've got the transmission. This is the sliding spline shaft, so this is how you switch gears. These are a lot different than the H's and M's. You don't have that funky double bearing up there. It just goes into the front bearing. And then this is the reverse idler here. When you engage it like that, it also works different than the H's and M's. And that, see that gear down there turns backwards, and you put the tractor in reverse. This transmission, like the H's and M's, has these oil troughs, and oil splashes up from the gears rotating and goes down and oils the bearings that way. So you've got the one here, and then that one supplies oil to this trough here, runs down, oils the PTO and the belt pulley. And that's it for troughs. This transmission, unlike the other earlier Farmalls, has a bevel gear that's cut. See how it curves? The teeth of the gear curve, and that's so you have more engagement with the ring gear here. And I checked out the backlash on these because that's one of the primary things you want to look at. Let me get the light here where you can see. And there's not very much backlash there. That's all fine. No side-to-side play on the ring gear. No missing teeth on the transmission. I rotated everything around, worked the shafts. I can't feel any play in these. Maybe a little bit of play in this top shaft. I can't feel anything in the bottom shaft. No play on any bearings to speak of. And I guess the question I'm facing is how, just like the engine, how far am I going to go into this? With the MD, I tore it all down to just the case. This one, transmission's never had any problems. The issue is that it's awful hard to assess the health of some of the bearings without taking things apart and really looking at how much play there is. Then again, if I ever run into a problem down the road, I can pull the lid off and work on it. So it's a tough decision. I do know that I need to change all the seals, so I need to pull this belt pulley and PTO unit off. I need to reseal all these joints, of course replace the PTO seal, replace the belt pulley seal. replace the seals on the rear axles. We'll probably replace the pinion seals that go into these brake housings. They always leak, gotta take them apart. And then there's a seal that's in here on the input shaft that goes into the transmission. That's probably leaking. And the shaft seals, this has got a cross shaft that connects the brake pedals to this both sides, and these seals of course are gonna need to be replaced. But I guess the biggest can of worms is these axles, and they tend to leak. If you remember from the MD, there's just a thin gasket here, and flexing during the course of this tractor's life, these always give way and you get leaks under here. But to pull the axles off, I've got to detach them from the bowl gears in here and then pull them straight out. I don't know how far I want to go with this. This is what makes working on old tractors so much fun. These two wheel weight bolts here rust jacked into the holes. They were all that way, but I was able to drive out the rest of them. This one I mushroomed the nut on, and then I cut it off and put the air chisel on it and pounded on it with that, and it didn't come at all either. So I'm going to try this again. That's mushroomed over enough where I'm going to have to grind it. In hindsight, I probably just should have put the torch on it to begin with, but I thought I could get away without it. It's ground flush. We'll try hammering on it again. She came a little bit. Enough of this messing around. It's time for the heat wrench. Heat her back up and try it again. There are very few bolts that resist the heat wrench, but this one did, and I figure probably when I was driving on it early on, it expanded out against this hole and it's wedged in there. So I drilled it out thinking, well, if I put a punch down in there, then it'll have less resistance, it'll tend to collapse or bend more in on itself. Here's the other side of that bolt and the weight, and it's recessed down in there, so I can't really do anything at this side. I tried prying on the weight to get it off. It's the last bolt left. It's not stuck in this weight, it's stuck in here. It turns in the weight. What a pain. So we'll give this a try. She's moving. Yep, that's doing the trick. And there we go. Huh. What a mess. Sometimes you just have to keep trying things till you find something that works. It's good to have options. The next job is to take the rear wheels off the tractor, and for that I need a transmission stand, and Dad made me one. We use this stand for the MD, but he cut it apart and made it adjustable so that these rear supports here, they can be front supports depending on the tractor, but they bolt onto the bottom so you can move them in or out, or if you need a taller one, you can just make a taller one and bolt it on there. And the same with the front one, that just bolts on and we can move that around, but the base will stay the same no matter what tractor we're working on. This will be very handy. So in order to get it under here, we just take this one off. Slide her under. We have to lift the tractor up a little bit side by side to get this bolt hole line up. We want the wheels to be a little bit off the ground and bolt it in. Having a stand like this makes things so much easier. I've got these movable splitting stands at the front of the tractor, transmission stand at the back. I haven't put up the center support yet, but it's time to take the wheels off.
Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
Loosened up the other ones, so this shouldn't be too difficult. I've got vice grips holding the square head bolt on the other side, and we'll just zip them off. See? Told you I loosened them up. I guess the difficulty is going to be that I know these tires are loaded with calcium chloride. They're going to be heavy. Yeah, just as long as you keep them upright though, you'll do all right. These are going outside. Now we can remove the wheel centers, and what I did is I took a 1-inch breaker bar, hooked it on, and then put this, I don't know, 4-foot pipe on it and loosened them with that. Takes a lot of leverage. Now we can use the gun to take them off. Wrench, gun, ugga-dugga, whatever it is. Then drive out this clamp. Rusty. And hopefully this will pop loose. This will probably make a big bang. Outside you go. And then the other wheel. We're getting down there now. It's very spindly looking without anything on it. We're almost there. The very last thing to take off is this torque tube. And this is a little different than H&M's. You have to detach it and you can slide it forward, and then the knuckle where the transmission input shaft and the clutch shaft that goes through here connects, you can get to it once you slide this out a little bit, and then you can disconnect that. So we got to take off 4 bolts here. There's a couple alignment dowels, one on each side here. There we go. Here's the knuckle, the U-joint. Got to disconnect that. Well, this knuckle does not want to come apart, so I'm going to try sliding it off the shaft and go from there. See, this is meant to have some flex in it as the frame flexes a little bit. We can just tap these tapered bolts loose here. This is all that's left. Rear axles, transmission, final drive. And here's what the input shaft looks like going on here. Here's that universal joint. There's a seal in here, and they're always leaking. This one was not too bad, but it is leaking. And then the counter shaft down here just has a plate on it, whereas on an H or an M it would drive the hydraulic pump. And here's a torque tube or clutch housing. You know, I mentioned there's always mice nests in here. And at the other end here, this is the transmission end, this is how the mice get in. There's a hole right there where the clutch linkage comes through. And the mice climb right up in there. Hey, there's some of our chicken feathers. Those stinking mice stealing chicken feathers. So I'll have to bring that outside and pressure wash it out. And now that that's all that's left of the tractor, you can see where the rest of the tractor is. It's all piled over here, all the pieces. And then there's a fair amount of big pieces outside the doors, and the rear wheels are outside the door over there. Engine block and front wheels are over here. I got stuff scattered all over the place. The question is, how much further am I going to go? So, you know, you're tearing and tearing apart, and pretty soon you run into a point where you quit tearing apart and you can start building back up with a bunch of cleaning in between that, what I call the turnaround point.
Incoming at brake.
I don't know how far I'm going to go into this transmission. I got to take the brakes apart here still and think about it. I do know, was looking at the parts manual, and one thing is these axles, these rear axles, have 2 seals in them. There's one oil seal here that runs around the shaft, a lip seal, and then there's another seal out here. So the axles definitely got to come off, replace those seals, replace all the seals on the transmission. How much further I'll go? I don't know. I guess you'll find out in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this one. I'm running a little long with these, but there's a lot of work to be done. I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm Pete, and welcome to Just a Few Acres Farm. In this video, we're going to finish kind of major component disassembly for this Farmall Super C. All I got left here is the transmission, final drive, and rear axles. I know I got to take off the brake housing and look at the brakes, take off the PTO, and take off the axles to get at the seals, but how far we're going to go into the transmission, final drive to check bearings remains to be seen. We'll figure it out in this video. First thing I'm going to do is take these brakes apart. These are double disc brakes. I'll show you how they work when I get them apart. We want to get them apart to look at the brakes because they're kind of sticky, spotty, whatever. And we want to look at the pinion seals inside to see if they're leaking. I've been in here before to replace the disc, but That was 10 or 15 years ago. Alrighty. This is one of the brake discs here. Just like disc brakes on a car. Well, at least these look kind of like them, but they work completely differently. We'll take the other one off. Now, as I said, these disc brakes don't work like the disc brakes on your car. So here's the inside. And you've actually got one disc, braking disc, and then you've got this expanding assembly in the middle. I gotta get it out here. There we go. So this is kind of the heart of it here. You got one disc on this side of it and one disc on this side of it. The other disc is right here. So this is the way it looks in there with the two discs. And then in between here, you've got what's called a ball ramp expanding brake system. So as these two turn against each other, when you push in the brake, it pulls on this lever, and see how one disc spins against the other? Well, as it spins, the whole thing expands. And the reason that it expands is because these balls here run up these ramps, and so they poke out further. And as it expands, of course, these discs get tight against the wear surface on, or the, whatever you want to call it here, and that's what stops it. There's a braking surface here, there's a braking surface here, there's a braking surface here, and there's a braking surface back on the tractor. So in theory, when you add up all those braking surfaces, you'd think, wow, these brakes work so much better than the old band brakes, which rode around drums. In practice, they really don't. These things are really fussy. The discs have a tendency to glaze up. You can see what everything looks like in this. I rebuilt these with new springs, new balls, fixed the ramps, put in new discs a while back, and well, 10, 15 years ago, and they worked great for a while, and now they need to be gone through again. They require a lot more maintenance than the band brakes do. Oh, and there's one other thing I want to mention. You know, in the old days, they used to turn rotors down on disc brakes to smooth the surface, and this would be the equivalent surface to a rotor. That can be done on these too, but one of the problems you run into with old brakes that have been turned is this distance, this total distance gets to be too much. So actually this has to be taken down, and there's a spec for it as to what the working distance should be, so that this assembly doesn't have to expand too far to hit the braking surface here. So I'm going to label these with what side they came off of. That one was left. And store them away for rebuilding, or at least cleaning up. I think that's really all they need later on. The other thing is I got quite a bit of play here on this pinion bearing. Quite surprising how much there is, and it's the same on both sides. Here's the other side. This is the right side. Lots of wiggle in there. And you can see it inside the differential too. See how the gear kind of wiggles back and forth? That tells me maybe it's both bearings. Alright, let's move on to the belt pulley and power takeoff. Got this weird combination thing here. You saw on the A's and the B's and the C's and the Super C's. Oh, there was some oil in there. Here's the unit. This is the drive shaft that comes out the back of the counter shaft in the transmission. When you engage, well, let me pull the lever here, or push the lever. When you engage it, it pushes these splines into the counter shaft, into the end of it, and then you get spinach. Otherwise, it's just idling inside a bushing inside the counter shaft of the shaft. You know what I mean. And then there's a bunch of gears in here that get powered where they need to go. To the PTO, which is down here, and the belt pulley, which is down here. This tractor never had a belt pulley on it since I've owned it. Just this blank off here, or this sleeve. If I take you down into the final drive here, you can see on the top. Actually, it's not the counter shaft is the lower shaft because it spins opposite the engine. This is called the spline shaft, the top shaft, and this has got the sliding gears on it. But anyway, the belt pulley, jeez. The belt pulley drives up the spline shaft, and these are the splines that the end of that sleeve that I showed you engages into, and then that's the bushing inside, a kind of pilot bushing where the shaft rides when it's idling and when it's engaged. That's the deal with that. The next job is to remove the rear axles, and they call this the axle carrier, and this is the axle itself. It's just bolted on here, but before you can pull it out, you have to go into the final drive case here. Here's the bull gear, and you've got to detach these, take that off, and then you can pull the whole assembly out. Okie dokie. Well, that won't work. I just put a chisel in there. It won't hurt the gear. It's not like it's going to take a lot to loosen these bolts.
See a 30% increase in customer satisfaction? Join the growing community that's transforming their customer support with Bold Desk. Now's your chance to experience its full power at an unbeatable price. Get full access to Bold Desk, absolutely free. Yes, you heard that right. If you're a startup, you pay nothing. Not a startup? No worries. Whether you're
Now we can pull these rear axles, and I'm just going to rig up a chain to help hold it up. I'm going to have to keep a hand on it, but this will take most of the weight. We'll take these nuts off. These are fastened with studs, but in this case the whole stud came out. That's okay. With a little wiggling, this should come loose. It's got to come out of the bull gear. There we go. And now the other one. Here's a little trick to get a stuck nut out of socket. Just thread it on a little bit, pull it off, and there you go. And off you go. Don't do that. Leak on the floor like that. These axles out now, I keep track of which side they go on. Sometimes the casting is the same for either side. I don't know if it is in this case, but everything's meant to mesh together and is worn in a certain way, so I keep track of them. Next we'll take this front knuckle off, and I locked it in 2 gears so nothing will rotate so I can turn this loose. It's just a single bolt in the center. Do you need a little persuasion? Why are you so sticky? I don't know. You shouldn't be that way. Well, let's go to plan B. Take this seal and bearing retainer off and pull them all out at the same time. I guess she just takes a little patience. She's coming out slowly. Almost there. There. I guess she was just really tight. I don't see any damage on there. Now, this
Incoming
is really
at break.
common on farm-alls. This is the front bearing retainer that went on first onto here, and there's the lip seal in there. And then you've got the shaft that lip seal rides on. There's definitely not a tight fit now. That seal's pretty worn. But you always look at these shafts and see, because grime getting in there over the course of decades will wear a groove onto this steel. This one is super, really good. There is no groove whatsoever, so that's good. Let's take a look at this input bearing. Yeah, see that? That's either the balls or the races are worn that it's got that much end play in it. Yeah, and we got some up and down too. That's quite worn. Take this key off. Chisel, screwdriver, they're the same thing, aren't they? There we go. You're a big key. Given how worn this input shaft bearing was, spline shaft, whatever you want to call it, definitely want to take this cover off and see how this bearing is. Now if we look at this bearing, you know, I get no movement in there. Let me unlock the transmission here so we can spin it. That one's nice and tight. If you compare it to that one, where I've got in and out, no question that's got to be replaced. All I need to do to gut this transmission is pull the differential and pull the two shafts that are in here, and I'm done. I have all the bearings out. Now, you may...
If you're still typing your coding prompts, you're leaving performance on the table. You're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day.
She was just a girl, she expected the world, but it flew away from her reach, so she ran away in her sleep and dreamed of paradise,
Alright, so we've arrived to our first drop. I don't know if I explained this, but I told them, make sure my Knoxville is my first one and the Manchester's the second one because I have a pickup in Chattanooga. Okay, no problem, we got you taken care of. They got it backwards. So they're like, we're supposed to turn you away because we're not supposed to run other people's equipment, because I told them we have to unload the little one, get yours off and put the little one back on. Anyways, look at this crazy dock situation. Not crazy about that, man. Yeah. That's the other guy had to lock his axles because he was sitting there spinning. Yeah. They're like, we're supposed to turn you back and have them rework it, but I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm like, I would take this to a pawn shop before I took it back. Anyways, they're unloading us now. We'll see you in a bit.
expected the world, but it flew away from her reach, and the bullets catching her teeth. Life goes on, it gets so heavy.
Hello.
Incoming ad break.
What the fuck? We need to go in there.
I'm hungry.
Number 9. Oh, wait a second. Wait. What the? 15, okay. A value of fridge. Bathroom. A toilet, a wall. Okay. Retire dresser. Retire display cabinet. A fridge. Okay. We got that, Tom. First of all, we need to get a pallet. Maybe 2 pallet or 3. Oh, so bathroom. This is bathroom. Okay, so that it? I want to mute this because this is not on, so I want to mute this.
Incoming ad break.
It is.
Incoming ad break. Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43. Incoming ad break.
that a mod on Roma? Oh yeah, you have to get up to 30 days so to get the Pokemon on, yeah. Sorry about that. I mean, I've been dreaming about almost 3 hours now. But I can leave here about 15 minutes. Oh, so can I say, but we need to get rid of this wheelchair, so let me set this is wheelchair. And then 8, but we still have an 8 that screw them, but yeah. I mean, 3 days is okay, but I just tell him, I say, hey, you. Contact him. Yeah, you can. But you have to go and copy my name. But it's just really hard, so it's a real kind. Yeah, you can't stay there or you can't do anything. Oh, okay. Left upgrade, so you do a wall, clean up, take a door, it's off. Try TV, let me do that. Not my mom out to come put my stepsister at work. Alright, so we need to get okay, that and then what's the wheel? Okay, 775,000 we can keep. I mean, I'm using my other card for me what I want to read up there. Maybe 40 hours set me on it, but I mean, I like the Walmart a lot better, but Walmart is a really awesome place. You can make a $350 a month to be on Walmart for a couple of hours. That's what I do in my dream on Twitch, so why not? I'm about to upgrade my my CPU, not my GPU. I probably think about just get a 49 or 38 59.
Incoming ad break.
Yeah, I just bought myself a treadmill off a tower, okay, a tower TV, we need a TV. And for a dresser, right, okay. Yeah, I think whole PC is miss PC is not good for a streaming PC, a gaming PC. I told her to write this. Alright. So we'll keep your couch. Well, we just go to storage them here. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, well. Okay. Let me. Okay, we need to write a break. So let me take this out.
ZZZZ.
I'll probably be one more pie. Because we need a lot of wood, because a lot of people buying them.
Incoming ad break.
Oh my god. Oh, I'll pay back. Okay. I admit, it's round trip. But another trip. We got a 3 pie of wood. So remind me to do that again. Okay, I know Because we need to get more of brick. Because maybe 10 power for a brick. That's a repeat. See, you need a 6 brick. I don't know why. Oh, 6 penny TV. Yeah. What about a contact? $5 for that. We only have that, but we're actually in it then. We're at $692. So, guys, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get my shoe on, and I'm gonna let you guys watch YouTube. When I get back, we're gonna be playing the game.
Put all this work into this, and now the 2 shafts that are in here, and I'm done. I have all the bearings out. Now, you may say, well, just leave well enough alone, right? I mean, it ran fine when it started, but remember, I'm restoring this so that I never have to mess with it again in my lifetime. Hopefully. You never know what'll come up, but to put all this work into this and not just do these final few steps, that's nuts. You know, just like the engine, I'm not using a 1/2 or 3/4 tired transmission in a restored tractor. I've seen too many where they just strip them down, paint them, build them back up, and that's it. That's not the way I play. So let's get to work. We can pull one of the bull gears, the left one here. The right one's stuck with this oil tube, so we'll leave that for now. I keep track of which side these go in because they've worn into the axle and the differential pinions, so we want to keep them the same. In contrast to the H's and M's, pulling the differential is actually pretty easy on these. You just loosen up this plate, take it off. It's even got little chisel recesses in it so that you can have something to purchase on with a chisel. Then you just have to kind of work it side to side. Must be I replaced this seal. It's a new seal. I must have done that when I did the brakes first time around. And then you've got an O-ring in here, which I probably replaced too, that makes the outer seal. And then this pinion shaft just slides right out of the differential. This goes right into the differential and seats in there, this spline shaft. And then this is the pinion that drives the bull gears. And we've got the outer bearing right here. Pull the other side off. Yeah, I did do the seals. Now we got to take these housings off that are on either side of the differential case, which is just in the middle here. And in order to get those off, you undo these bolts here and then the whole case pulls out. And you have to do the left one here first so that you can pull the differential this way and then get this bull gear out before you pull the other one. We got shims behind here, so you got to be careful of them. You don't want to be wrinkling them up, and you got to keep track of where they go. Oh, interesting. There's the shims that locate the differential side to side in the proper location. We keep those on there, keep track of them. But look at this. I'll show you. Let me just pull this differential out. For the inner bearing on the bolt pinion shafts, we've got tapered roller bearings here. So, of course, the advantage to a tapered roller bearing is you can seat it and take up any wear on it by how far in that race goes that I just showed you off of the holder. Interesting. Now the question is, do I have enough wiggle room to take out this bull gear? It appears no. In order to get this bull gear out, it appears that I got to remove this tube that supplies oil to the PTO, and to do that, I see on the back here, it looks like somebody's driven on these before. I wonder if this is threaded. We'll see. Uh-huh. There we go. There's that tube. Then we can lift the right bull gear out, take the carrier off the right side, and out she comes. Notice there's a big O-ring outside this one, and what was happening is this big O-ring was leaking and causing the leak. I had replaced the seal in the inner O-ring, and the brake, it wasn't leaking into the brakes, but it's leaking down here at the case. So we got to replace that. Next we could pull the transmission shafts, the spline shaft and the counter shaft. And kind of unique to these, there's a rivet going through the reverse gear here that I need to remove, and then the whole shaft slides out the back and the gears stay in here and you just pull the gears out. So I'm going to cut that rivet off. And to do that, I've got a hacksaw blade with some tape on the end of it, and we'll just cut right through it. Just lock the transmission up so it won't turn. There we go. Just pop the end of it off, maybe. Let's move this and turn it. And then we can drive it out the other end. You're kind of a pain. I would say you're, you know, right up there with other pains of taking things apart. There we go. Now we can bump this out the back, hopefully. Well, we need to do some more bumping. Now we start pulling these gears off. Well, you know, you're supposed to come out. There you go. That's one way to do it. This is the rear of that shaft, and this is where the belt pulley and PTO shaft engages, and that's that pilot bushing that the shaft rides in. We'll put these guys back on here in reverse order for safekeeping. You can see this is 70 years of grinding the gears a little bit. When you're putting it into gear, it wears these down. This is the side that the gear slides into. I can't remember which way these go, so we'll just stick them on here this way. We'll figure it out later. And now all we got in here is the counter shaft, and then we've got the reverse idler, which moves back and forth to engage that larger gear. And this one comes out just like the top shaft did. You just bump it out the back. And as you're bumping or pulling, this one's sliding more easily. You just pull the gears off one by one. Even though they call it the counter shaft and the spline shaft, this is a spline shaft too. Spacer. There's the shaft, and then this is the pinion for the differential, also known as the bevel gear. It's raining out there. That's what you hear in the background. I've got the garage door open. There's a bearing in the back here on the lower shaft that didn't come out with the shaft. So I found a socket that's the same as the outer race size and put an extension on it, and that way I can bump it out. I think it's going to take more than a bump. But I got to get it out of here because I'm going to wash out the case. There she moved. Once she moves. This is an interesting bearing. It's a roller bearing, but it's a flat bearing. It's not tapered. See the... Oh, Fred, will you go away? See, the inner race on the bearing can come out either end, which tells me that it's not tapered at all. It's a flat bearing. But it's a roller bearing, and the advantage of roller bearing over ball bearing is you've got more strength because you've got the surface of a roller on the race instead of just the point or the kind of little bit that a ball in a race does. Very interesting. You know, this was the problem they had with the 560 series when, you know, got a terrible rap and they had to go back in the final drives and replace some of the ball bearings with roller bearings so they could get more strength into the rear end and heavy pulling. This bearing appears to be fine. I'll bet it costs a fortune. I'm kind of glad about that. Interestingly, all the other bearings that I've pulled out were IHC bearings, International Harvester Corporation. This one, made in USA, it's a Hyatt bearing, and I wonder if IH outsourced these because they weren't in the roller bearing business as much as ball bearings. I have no idea. Maybe it's been replaced too. The last thing that's got to come out of the inside of this transmission is the reverse idler. And to do that, we just loosen up this set screw or bolt that locks the shaft in. And then it pops right out like this. And there's a bushing in here. And the last thing to do on the outside of the case is pop these seals out where the brake and clutch cross shaft went through. We all know how fun it is to get seals out. Sometimes. Well, you just come out of there. You know, listen, we had this discussion, right? I know we did. That you were going to give me an easy time of it, and you're not. You went back on your word. I'm going to have to tear you apart instead. You know I just took out your mate, right? You do not have a chance. You might as well just give up now. Here's the empty case. Inside, here's the axles and associated bull gears. I keep them, you know, aligned by side. And I'd love to say that I organized all this transmission final drive gear sets, but they're just kind of scattered all over the place. For those wondering, how the heck does he remember where everything goes? I remember where a fair amount of it goes, because every piece is unique. I label the nuts and bolts and hardware and put them in plastic baggies and label where they're going, but there's two references that I use mainly when I'm doing this work. First is the IMT manual, stands for Implement and Tractor Manual, and these manuals are in mechanics speak. They're really terse, you know, they just have the bare minimum for you to know which way a shaft slides out or what the order of removal is. So there's that. And then I use a parts manual, and these are very handy for when you're putting things back together. Let me get to the transmission sheet here. So when it comes to those gears that are laying all on the table in a mess, I've got a nice exploded diagram here which shows me the order of putting them back together. So I can keep my head in a book, so to speak, you know? I mean, I don't need to remember every single little detail. And I also get the part numbers for bearings and seals that I'm looking for out of here for when I call the parts suppliers. And I am glad that I stripped this right down to the very end. From the point that I decided to go and take out all of the guts of this, it took me less than an hour to do it, and it leaves me with a nice bare case that I can put on the hang from the bucket loader outside,
Incoming
pressure
ad
wash down
break.
and clean it out. So much easier doing it now than in the cold weather when I would have to hang it in here and use solvent to kind of wash it down. I can just blast it all out with a pressure washer and then oil the areas that I'm worried about rusting. So what's the next step? That's the next step. I got to take some things apart and assess the health of the other bearings that I didn't look at, and then I'll make up an order to buy bearings and seals for this to begin with. And this is where we're going to start building back up, kind of in reverse order. And when I take this out to pressure wash it off, I'm also going to take the other big parts out. I'll take out the torque tube clutch housing and blast that out, and I'll take out the touch control unit and blast that out and grind the surfaces off here before I put it all back together. And it's so much nicer when it's warm out. I'm thinking of doing farm work in the winter and mechanic work in the summer. How does that sound? What would I raise though? Polar bears? I don't know. Penguins? Anyway, that's what we'll do. And we're going to start building it back up. I probably won't show the cleaning on camera because it's just cleaning. It's pretty boring, pressure washing and degreasing. But when I start building this back up, we'll be back at it. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'm loving this project so far. It's really stress-free, I would say, compared to the MD. I'll see you next time.
How are you doing today? Incoming ad break. Incoming ad break. Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
Alright. Oh, it's there. You need to put me a permit. What permit? You should cut in permit. What about, we only have a door. Where is the door at? Ice cream. Right. Oh, and a fridge. No, I want to edit this so I'm gonna have to flip it a little bit and back and forth so I know a foot. This, yeah, one, okay. It's a me side, I think. Okay. So far, we to go. Let what it do. Okay. Alright, it's a pyramid door. The last missing, we only have one. Oh, okay. Oh, we need to get that. Okay. Look. Probably get the 15. So for a tail. Wait. The yellow one, yes, no, premium. Then one of 4. Okay.
Incoming ad break.
We need another one that have. Well, okay, so one, no, 4 button. Okay, it's number 10. And then a small. But we don't have that. Yeah, okay. I do. Okay, only got the 4. Hold on a sec. Let's see. Wait a second. Do you have 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. Where what machine? So we got that and we don't have that. Well, let me go to warehouse and I want to do element of this. But we have to set it up below mine because we can't get a contact. So I hit my drive. I went in and hit my camera drive. I set out this fast. The me ain't offer and cut me. Abandon and free me out of my outfit free and make more room in my room. I pay what I promise. Oh, well, get that and then never from hell. My never what crime went there. He stole his car into my house. I go out. I stole a massive the wall with a hammer. I want the child that never in there. I got this house as a pretty help me. I can put peace. Set me in, set me bang. I put up with my boyfriend and it look like I might find a new one too soon. I need rest in my house. We cannot do that because that's the case we may went in the brick. This time I'm going to this for pad. That should only say that on this. Tomorrow morning I will be live streaming in the morning, whole day. Okay, so what do you want to move here? I damaged the house to take a dirt element from the house. Really? Okay then, so what is in your room? Okay, well, what, I thought, hold on a sec, let me, okay. First of all, that is opinion. That's for real. I'm afraid, well, let me go back to this. And we can rent the, I thought we can use it. I thought it's just a brick. Paying that. But it's $612, but okay. Let me rent the crane here. Alright, so we definitely gonna keep the forest because it will. Alright, and then we definitely gonna keep the TV. What about this?
Incoming ad break. Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
I really don't care about the other small stuff. I just want to get this.
ZZZZ.
We need to get some that pattern. So we might make another trip of we can fit. In the warehouse.
Incoming ad break. ZZZZ. Incoming ad break. Incoming ad break.
We need to get a bigger truck. So that was that was that
How is everyone? Incoming ad break.
Yeah. You made the only $5, so we can wait okay. Step 2, I'm gonna do that. List off. Alright, so it is the thing for that.
Welcome TruckGamer43.
Hey, Obama. Look, my lovey. You say you fight down a PA on 16? How come? For what? You look what exactly because you call up here. I don't want to get you sick. What the time? Let me look it up here. 29 degrees, 29. And only 16, yeah, 16 that you cut down here is 27 degrees. Yeah, so make sure you bring the starter with. Yeah, make sure you bring the starter with. You know, if we ever, see each other, we can't fight outside. Okay. I'm joking with you. What in the car? Yeah. That part, yeah,
Welcome
you bought it
Botrix
when
Official.
you're kind of hitting it. Man, I will tell you, turn your foot down and bend your foot over. I can't. So...
Incoming ad break.
I did not kill, yeah. Yeah, my foot is still got hard now. My dick got hard right now. Yeah, trust me. If I keep fucking saying shit, yeah, my dick really got hard. If I had any said, yes, nah, I set my contact. Yeah, I died. My foot is so freaking hard now. I need you to come sit on me. Okay. We can keep. Yeah. Keep that. Yeah, I'm kind of simp. Then need to fit that. Wait, and this is where, okay. Do you know how to heat this up? Or this is this? Okay, so. Come on, you fucking dumbass. Now you see, I put more
Welcome,
on
Wizzy-bot. Incoming ad break.
I'm gonna try to save this video best I can. The rest of the stuff. Of course, the motherfucker. The rest of it is it's about cleanup, right?
nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
Oh shit. At least I keep cutting my door. We need to sell more fucking now. There's no way. Only same story I know. Let me buy. So let me. Where's the warehouse? Where is it? Window. Okay, buy that. What's the I need to edit that? Warehouse. Is that what? That what? Okay, cool. Let's go and. Set a big kitty comment. This is a little camera, right? Is this the camera too? Well, we're gonna keep this because
Incoming ad break.
Return. Well, I mean, we can keep this. We can pin him. Sure. Alright. So we have to key up, right? Uh. I got two here. I got. Time. This is never, yes. Okay. Now what is in the kitchen? Huh. If I be back. And this is what you do. Okay, and then okay.
Incoming ad break. ZZZZ. Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
Now people start asking the hero, war hero at me. Why not? What is this?
Incoming ad break.
I think I want to fuck the damn trailer up. Yeah, okay. That okay for me. We see. Oh, there, another fucking trailer, or you not fucking. Okay then. Oh yeah, it's a pin. So you're going to be keeping that. So I still there. Yay, everybody. What? Um. I. You call me bitch?
Did you know you can pet me? Check out the pet cafe.
Yeah, I'm up in his ass. I thought he called me a fucking bitch. Amy? Yeah, but you call me, he called me a bitch? Yeah, I know. Did he call me bitch? Yeah, I'm up in his ass. He a fucking goddamn retard, I'm gonna say. Call me a bitch, well, I'm gonna call him a fucking retard. Yeah, I call him a fucking retard. Then know how he did that shit. He always fucking drunk, cause he always uses his goddamn money to buy a goddamn beer. See ya. Yeah, tomorrow I call my friend tomorrow and see. She's doing tomorrow, not today, so.
Incoming ad break.
Wait. I could ride it because oh, God damn it. They need a effect in that kind of thing. What to it? No, that kind of.
Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43. Welcome Sobmax.
Hey, you don't fucking retard, buddy. Don't call me Bitwell, or else don't call me behind my back. Fucking retard. Max. Like, you just talk behind my fucking back, man? That's not cool. That's not a fucking cool at all, bro. Yeah, so for coming here, and you call me a fucking Bitwell, right? Right? Hey, tell me why. You're fucking dumb. You dumb, bro. You're so fucking dumb. Yes, you did. No. You told me, bro. It's not enough, bro. That called me a fucking viewer. Are you really want a fucking friendship only for bullshit, bro? No. Like, that you fucking goddamn retard, bro. That you lying, bro. That you fucking lying. Jesus Christ, bro. No, you're lying. You so lie. That you're lying, bro. You be a
Incoming ad
cop.
break.
You be a cop, bro. You talk behind my fucking back. Really? Really? Why are you fucking hungry, bro? Tell you call your cop. Yes, you did. You lying, bro. No. Yeah. You have a proof of you. So, if you ever talk behind my back, Matt, I'm still gonna call you for a retard. Yeah, okay. Tell me, you call me B-word. My sure is. Let's say is. It's too loud. Tell me the fuck now, you dumbass. Yeah, I probably got my lighting guys. I'm about to go for academy, man. Oh, I bought myself a camera, Matt, you know that, right? You ain't know you smile would be on camera for a long time. On the Twitch. Don't worry about it. You told me, bro. I said I got a fucking camera. You had me? Oh yeah, this is right. Now shut the bit ass up. Okay, that's not very fucking nice. Okay, I need to... That one. Why you break? Yeah, he really break me, but... Yeah, he really fucking break. I'm not even fucking listen to him, because all at the same time, you want... Like, call me boy ass. Well, how about this, Matt? You really paying all your fucking money on George Matt. Say up your goddamn money. If I need a fucking stream PC or whoever, then nah, that's a lie. Well, if Sophie is so hot, then you need to back the fuck off. My god. That's my homie. Let's get this contact done. Pete 400. No, that is me, Sophie, or back together, bro. Because yeah, where is the store at? Premium. Oh. No, but let me see. Yes, please get back. Get. Where motherfucker? What in? Sophie is so hot because a lot of guys really want her and a lot of guys fuck her want to fuck her. Right, I tell us. Like, she wanted DPC. Cut. Limo. Too late.
Incoming ad break.
Oh, okay. You're not a mindful kid. No, sorry. Why is Sophie let me get fuck let me fuck her? No, I'm not gonna turn your fuck off. I'm not gonna turn your goddamn eye off, bro. Make me money, you dumbass. Okay, let me no, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead. Right. She like BBC and she like let me get. As a matter of fact, I know Sophie a lot better than well, I have fired him, so I hope he don't. Or for people, yeah, sure, but I still have that much, you know. Why did you call the viewer? Can we talk? No, I'm not going to talk to you, bro. You're fucking dumb, bro. I play the fucking game, man. And we made a 3,000 something. Let me do one more. I did something more. Because I love this damn game. Alright, so I need a permit. Total, I'm gonna buy $1,000 for that. Ooh, $1,500 for that. Okay. We'll buy Fairhead Bruno. What's it? How about Shaw? Go for thank you so much, babe. I mean, if you have money to get, pay, the $3,000 for warehouse to it, I'm doing a apply. What about, yeah, not a $2,000 for that. That's it. Well, we got it right away. But more, I want to get a $15,000 for this truck right here. Yeah, it's the high caliber. Oh yes, $5,000. We only had 1,000 some dollars, so we need to fit in my dream and move to Europe. I need to really help with repair my house for sale. Can you take care of that, please? Alright. No, we're not going to be paid for that. Let me buy yeah, sorry, but if you have an ad blocker or something, I'm making money on Twitch. Okay, the past 10 fucking years, 10 fucking months, I did not get a fucking ad without no reason. Then that is my... No, I wasn't if I get another graphic card, but the full name graphic card is me, I like it. But my problem with... Okay, we will... Okay... Where is the room? Wait... Take a dirt that all name from the house. Really? I had to take... Oh boy. Okay. That right here. Okay. Watch the scene. Alright.
Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
But I need money for, buy a software play ticket so I can why are you touching so good? No, I'm not. My father used to be a country son. He really got a damn tow truck for like no reason for living. If he were to stay in the damn stormy, he will feel a lot better. Nope. You crying. Why not? Because you're fucking kind of jackass with the damn mod. You don't care about the other girlfriend making money, you fucking real. Nope, not good, my bud. No, I'm not what do saying.
Incoming ad break.
Sorry, I can't stop that. I'm at it. No, I told me to fuck the house. Oh my god. I had to go back. What? Yeah. It's okay. I hate you shit. Well, I'm sorry. Uh, if you not need that, then walk over my YouTube channel. Okay. If you had that, if you wasn't the sub. I need to get the fucking bar up my way. If you, oh, today, if you have, what, that dumbass me. I don't want you got, I don't want to hear just what is, what the fucking story, be putting through that fucking home. Why are you not? What? What? Until what? What miss her? Why you said you miss her? Well, don't forget to reset your ass. Just say. Don't forget how to re-fucking next asshole. Now what the fuck? Okay, we can go. It's a premium. Well, she made me 100 just a couple of seconds ago. Like, my fucking debt is really that horrible out of no fucking reason. That horrible out of no fucking reason, bruh. Oh, tell it from the washing machine, right? Where's the damn washing machine? Okay, and then bathroom, the mirror, a color TV. Man, I forgot, man. Wow. You really want all? Why did you just sell the same house then? With all your stuff. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, by the way. I want to pause my music. So just yes, so we had bought this house for a couple months ago, right? This fucking lady who owns this house is not fucking owning right now. They tried to ask a refund that had propane. Okay, we had a propane what we call propane tank that is filled, and we had a propane fireplace, right? Just this. They want to ask a refund of that tank. First of all, you can't ask a refund. That is just a still propane policy. Okay? And my mom tried to put that whole name, my mom's name, because whoever sells his house to us, that is ours, not theirs. So tell me that is fucked up. A whole bullshit. Tell me that is so fucked up and then what you ask, and then what it like, they keep calling the game cutting me. And especially probably cut me butthole from doing shit because it's going to be cost my mom a lot of money. My fact, a lot of money. So to out, the same lady who sold his house, the pipe paint that comes with the damn house, not their house. Right, this lady is trying to do shit to get there, and then thank God my brother-in-law helped us to fit this inside the house and get in this house because we had this 1 month to get out of the house. Now, he told me that is so fucked up one now. That they want the money, they want the refund because they do not have no money to, first of all, do I ever do shit except for why the hell, yeah, she wanted to ask one refund per pin, and she can't do it. This is
Incoming ad break.
Yeah. So he told me why the hell she really just not thinking and tried to I tried to do shit again. And they're not even fucking change this game. They're not even fucking change this game. They're mad at this. Oh. They just try to, yeah, it's so stupid. And my doctor, we want to go over there and mop the whole ass up. Yeah. No, we're probably going to take hold of fucking guy a cook. Okay. My mom put out about $45 loan, not loan, but to fit the damn roof and put the AC in it, in our house. Okay. I don't want, talk a business, my mom business or something, but I'm not going to tell that guy in the book now. Not. Well, if we sue that one bitch who fuck us over this damn house, you really fuck us over this house, right? then we are going to send her a fucking cook. Well, to it now. That one. Because my mom would want to buy the house and not just, rent the house. Because due to the fact that she is the one who took care of me. Okay, if she ever died, then this house is mine. Alright, so this picture. I don't know if this area, but I'm not worried about it. Because right now we have to get a 24 with the bullshit. Because they know they break the fucking law, my fuck. But we are paying a game. I don't know. Maybe not much or what, because right now I is pay a water truck a friend Christmas a friend. No, because you feel far away above the sun. I need to look up um no, I'm not kidding, bro. Because I'm about to go to sleep after I'm done here. Yeah, I'm doing shit out loud. It's really awesome for me. It might on the eye, but I will keep liking me until I probably leave my liking next 12 hours, but that uh that I would put the doorway. You know what? Not the door. How close is the motherfucker? Well, yeah, in particular, of, yeah, I just go link, crane, cause, I forgot, I put, this turn it back now. So, I might in the danger zone with this. About two spotlights, so I might buy more for a pilot. Yeah, let me buy more for a pilot. No, 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 no. Return. There, guys, goddamn.
Incoming ad break.
What the fuck is it, so first of all, it is, uh, no. No, so we got a lot to do with, uh, So how are you, Ricky? Ah. Yeah. Another one. First of all, I need to find because we need to get a clear, not a freaking not and clean up. I don't want that guy to say, so it is sitting now, I got all this, oh, my fact, where is, kind of cutting, but, I mean, he's got more fucking, we have kind of cutting, anything, come here. Why not get this stove? I know the fact that stove will put me in a little bit of money. Yeah, my pot. We can get rid of why you not let me? Are you that fucking dumb?
ZZZZ.
So oh my god, it is only my ass, that a bitch. I could say I got a fucking not a normal, but Oh, fuck it. I'm not gonna get a whole lot of goddamn. Well, this is not going to piece up because
Incoming ad break. pretty soon after I finish this. We go see a beast.
cut all her clothes. Before 16, I told her to just get the coat. So, because PA is cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it PC is really hard on this game. Oh, Sophie, guess what? Don't look at anything. Don't look at anything. It kinda... Yeah, me here. It's telling me a fuck you. I know. It's just telling you. But you met, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. No, something that hits Tom. Nah. Nah, Sophie not hit Trump because Sophie did not know what the hell. What your fault? Well, Cameron lost because Cameron fought a joint. Like it should not need when I got him pace it. I love this game. I don't know why it's just so sticky in this game. But tomorrow I'll probably be playing Fighting Force and I need to get all that. Yeah. I mean, Trump is really good cutting me. Oh, I get a lie, bro. I get a lie. Almost 15 FPS. Oh, Sophie, you know, this is kind of fucked up right now, Sophie. We might have to go to court next year. Okay, so we had a pipe pain in, pipe pain, fireplace, right? So, due to the fact Yesterday it tried to get a refund. Oh yeah? Me? Why have you off like that? What? No, no, that lie.
Incoming ad break.
You have to look at that, but pretend you get rid of that. And you get rid of that. Yeah, I need to, do what a 4 before I, So, do you just say it's the enemy house and no king? Okay, well. Yeah. Right, right, I really need to, I don't know. No, it's getting that, because when you get annoyed, when you get annoyed, okay, you will, it's sitting about, it's getting that ass. It's getting really in that ass. No, no.
Nice to meet you. I'm TruckGamer43.
This motherfucker go through the goddamn tornado. So, do you hear about the tornado that passed through the air a few weeks ago? One affecting my son allowed me to rent set time new, but I need to clean up mess a lot before I got around to it. Okay, so what the hell I cannot have? Oh, we have to compete 10. What? Alright, so. She offered AI wrote the own estimation of the house seen by Beth and Mirror issue to reveal it pays the same code. Is looking for Katya to carry out the commands. This is 5 days, me, my wife, and my kid are moving into a new house. We are very excited, but on places still need somewhat, but some budget left over from the places we decided to use help. You agree with the enemy, of course. No, I'm not going to be this motherfucker goddamn house. What? What? Jesus Christ. Okay, what are you talking about? What? What are you fucking talking about? No. If finally we need to open this side of it up. But first we need to quit. Why not? Because I'm gonna go for fucking real army. Dude, I really fucking get a hold of you right now. Oh, Sophie, do you hear? First we're gonna keep the damn thing. No, she's not with her fucking boyfriend. She's saying, God, you dumbass. Are you just trying to say that you dumbass? You don't have a fucking boyfriend, you dumbass. Jesus Christ, every fucking goddamn time. Oh, we can't keep the fucking TV that everyone. Alright, I need to get a quick. No. No, I don't not. And you fucking. We're gonna keep this. No, tema, what tema? No, I thought I had no fucking room. Well, Sophie, is safer and she went to hack it for a same time. Let's say the fact it was not recording all the fucking whole damn sept tape. For God's sake, you want the other people know about her private part? And then get fucking cream pie or something. You know, the cream I cut there to push it. That make the whole press. Okay. Enough of that kind of. Oh. Ooh. But TV is good. Okay. How much cost? 15. So far, the only tail. I guess okay. What machine can we need? Let's get this over here before I get the repair stuff about that.
Incoming ad break.
Okay. See, I need to get on now about the frame. I don't know why. I wonder why that she and then get fat at the time. But she want to get bread from me. The same. Let's get the warehouse and well, I guess it we have to get same. Yeah, we might buy. Okay, well, warehouse a buy a lot of. Okay, so that now. What the hell? What is going on, man? I fucked it up or what? Turn. That crazy. Um. So save for quit. That crazy. Okay then. Oh my fucking god, are you not fucking stupid? Jesus fucking motherfucking Christ. No, fuck this damn game, bro. Like, for real, I put so much fucking money. What the hell? Oh, you that fucking dumb. That is pissing me off, bro. There's no way I'm just wasting my time, bro. Well, at least I keep the goddamn TV and all that bullshit. That's dumb. Why did they not fit that bug right now, bro? That's a real bug. That's real for a bug. Unfucking real. Well, question is still a lot of. No, it's not. Wait, okay. I always do that shit. No, stop me and pay a guy if they're not guiding my son a bitch. No, I fuck the damn game, bro. I fuck it done. I fuck it done. I fuck the hard guy again. But the guy game worship, bro. I ain't enjoy that put the guy game. Man, fuck a guy in time, bro. I will enjoy it. I pay over $9 Fuck that kind of game, man. It bugs. I haven't got played this yet. Oh gosh, I'm get off him, but I still out watching. It's still out watching. I'm really happy about this, guys. And